Profesor Bob udah keluar lagi ya? Pak Riko?
Bentar Pak, ini lagi dicek.
Tadi sempat ada yang ngobrol nggak?
Enggak ada. Ini di admit 10 menit lagi Pak.
Belum di admit Pak Prof Bobnya?
Nah ini ada, Bob udah ada. Saya admin.
Oh enggak, jangan. Jadi harusnya diobrolin dulu, bisa dikasih.
Nge-mute Pak. Oke. Bu Dini udah. Kalau ada pakai headset aja. Itu di mute. Ilmi itu ganti namanya. Masih ini Ilmi kan? Dua ratus delapan.
Bu Ririn hadir, Bu Ririn?
Siap, ada Pak.
Saya mau masukin Prof Bob, terus nanti kita bikin ruang ini ya, ruang breakout room sendiri supaya ngobrol dulu bentar.
Siap.
Oke.
Ya.
Pak Riko, kalau bikin breakout room yang bisa cuman host ya?
Ya, Ya Pak, saya bikinin.
Punten bikinin.
Ya, Pak.
Punten dibikinin breakout room 1. Kemudian Prof Bob di admit, kemudian masukin ke mana? Ke breakout room. Sama Bu Dewi juga masuk ya Bu Dew? Breakout room.
Siap, Pak.
Udah invite kalian ya? Hah? Well, hi, good morning, Professor Bob McCrasher. Can you hear my voice? I think you're still muted.
Yes, I can hear you. Hi.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for joining. There's going to be a briefing for you, and we already invited you to join breakout room 1, but apparently you haven't accepted the invitation. So could you
Right.
please, yeah, could you please
So-
press, yeah.
Okay, I don't know where the invitation is now.
Okay. It should pop up on your taskbar on the bottom of your monitor. Can you see that?
Mute video, participants, chat, screen share, record breakout rooms.
Okay. On the breakout rooms, is there any notifications? Oh yeah. Thank you.
Halo, tim teknis pengen cek dong sound-nya oke nggak?
Oke, Bu. Jangan open mic.
Jelas nggak?
Jelas.
Oke, thank you, Fatima.
Oke.
Tes.
Jelas, Pak.
Oke. Jelas ya?
Jelas, Pak. Sudah jelas.
Pak Riko, punten, saya jadi co-host.
Enggak, Pak. Hai. Oke, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang untuk para peserta. Kami dari Panitia Operator Penyelenggaraan ISOT 2020. Kepada para di sini ada peserta dan mahasiswa. Diinformasikan kepada para mahasiswa untuk merename namanya. Yang pertama NIM underscore nama. Dan di akhir underscore roomnya yang akan dimasukkan. Ya, itu khusus untuk mahasiswa agar kita bisa membedakan mana mahasiswa dan mana presenter. Ya, silakan kepada para mahasiswa untuk merename nama dulu. Kita akan mulai pukul 9.00. Terima kasih.
Mohon maaf Pak Riko, punten. Kalau untuk presenter tidak perlu diubah.
Presenter akan diinformasikan nanti oleh MC untuk pembagian roomnya, nanti namanya harus seperti apa.
Oh, nuhun Pak.
Cek.
A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to inform you that the opening ceremony of the 4th International Seminar on Tourism, ISOT 2020, is going to begin in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. For those who have already attended this event, once again, I would like to inform you that the agenda is going to start in 15 minutes. Thank you.
And have it, tarik lihat dulu.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a gentle reminder that the opening ceremony of the 4th International Seminar on Tourism, ISOT 2020, is commencing in 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you good health and safety amidst the global pandemic of COVID-19. The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Business, and Partnership of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Agus Mulyana M. Hum, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Bob McCratcher from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Hong Kong, Professor Aistu Saida from University of Surrey, United Kingdom, and Dr. Dewi Turgarini from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, the honorable co-hosting institutions of the 4th ISOT 2020, the honorable organizing committee of the 4th ISOT 2020, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 4th International Seminar on Tourism ISOT 2020. The seminar is a biannual event hosted by Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia and co-hosted by Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Kristen Petra, Stipar Yapari Aktripa, and Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Trisakti. My name is Ubad and I'm going to be your master of ceremony. To open today's agenda, let's recite Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia Raya National Anthem. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite the chairperson of the 4th ISOT 2020, Bapak Ahmad Hudaybi Galih Kusuma, PhD, to deliver his report. Pak Galih, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen from Indonesia, and also good afternoon and evening for those outside of Indonesia. The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Business and Partnership of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Social Science Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Haji Agus Mulyana, M.Hum, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Honorable Co-Hosting Institution of ISOT, Honorable Organizing Committee of the 4th ISOT 2020, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th International Seminar on Tourism 2020, a biannual event hosted by 5 study programs of tourism at UPI, namely Management of Resort and Leisure, Management of Tourism Marketing, Management of Catering Industry, Tourism Education, and also Tourism Master Degree. And co-hosted by 4 universities, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Stiparia Pari Aktripa Bandung, Universitas Kristen Petra Surabaya, and Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Trisakti Jakarta. As the conference chair of this year's ISOT, allow me to deliver the report as follows. The 4th ISOT 2020 was initially set to take place on a face-to-face conference or offline conference. However, due to the uncertainty of the pandemic, we finally agreed to hold it virtually. In total, there are 78 participants registering to the seminar as presenters. The participants and authors come from 14 countries, which are from Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Hong Kong, China, Jordan, Russia, Philippines, Vietnam, and France. Featuring the theme of promoting creative tourism, current issue is in tourism research, the seminar invites 3 keynote speakers to share their invaluable thoughts. There are Professor Bob McCarthy, the past president of the International Academic for the Study of Tourism, and Professor Iis Tusadia from University of Surrey, United Kingdom, and Dr. Dewi Turgarini from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Thank you very much for your significant contribution to the conference. I know it is not easy for some of you to attend the seminar due to the time zone difference. Prof. Iis, thank you very much. And also in terms of publication, there were 173 abstracts submitted to the committee. However, after going through rigorous reviewing processes, only 112 of the manuscripts made it to the final process, submitted and also accepted by the publisher. This year, we selected CRC Press as a member of Taylor and Francis Group to publish the conference manuscript, as its reputation is remarkable. The manuscript will also be submitted for indexations to Scopus and Web of Science. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is the end of my report. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who helped the seminar and apologize for any inconvenience. Have a nice seminar. Stay safe, stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Galih, the conference chair, for the report. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to call upon the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Agus Mulyana M.Hum, to deliver his speech. Pak Agus, the floor is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Business and Partnership of Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA, the honorable keynote speakers from Hong Kong, the United Kingdom, and Indonesia, the honorable co-hosting institution, Stiparia Pari Akripa, Universitas Kristen Petra, Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Trisakti, and Universitas Negeri Jakarta, the Honorable Committee of the Fourth ISOT 2020, and distinguished guests, presenters, and participants of the Fourth ISOT 2020. Welcome to the Fourth International Seminar on Tourism. This is one of the international conference of Faculty of Social Science Education, FFSUP has. The faculty has paid serious attention to the implementation of international events and publication, as they are important keys in the university ranking. I would like to express my gratitude to Rector and Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Business, and Partnership of UPI for their endless support toward the conference. I'm also thankful to all the 5 study programs of tourism, management of resort and leisure, management of tourism marketing, management of catering industry, tourism education, and tourism master's degree for conducting this biennial event. Last but not least, many thanks to the organizing committee of the 4th ISOT 1990 under the leadership Pak Galih Kusuma PhD as the conference chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in addition, the presentation of research results within the context of tourism, another important point of this conference is the publication. I learned that all the manuscripts have been submitted for publication and start to be in forthcoming publication in Routledge, a member of Taylor and Francis Group, one of the best publisher in the world. I do hope the committee could maintain and even enhance the quality of manuscript for better publication. This is the end of my speech. I am wishing you fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Pak Dr. Agus Mulyana, the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, for this speech. Distinguished guests, participants, and presenters of the 4th ISOT 2020, now I would like to invite the Vice Rector for Research, International Affairs, Business and Partnership of UPI to deliver his welcoming speech and officially open the agenda. Without further ado, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to Professor Dr. Haji Adang Suherman, MA.
Thank you, Pak Bad. Everyone hear my voice? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hear you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The honorable keynote speakers, the honorable co-hosting institution of ISOT, the honorable Dean and Vice Dean of the Faculty of Social Science Education, UPI, the honorable organizing committee of the 4th ISOT 2020, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I do hope that everybody is in a good health and safety amidst the global pandemic of COVID-19. I am so glad that the pandemic does not affect the spirit of scientists, particularly in the field of tourism, to either conduct or attend such a scientific forum to exchange ideas, research results, and experiences regarding tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Vice Rector of Research, International Affairs, Business and Partnership, it is my duty to spot such events as international conferences and seminars, especially one whose manuscripts are published in internationally reputable platform. This year, the fourth ISOT 2020, a biannual event conducted by 5 study programs of tourism at UPI. Those are Management of Research and Leisure, Management of Tourism Marketing, Management of Catering Industry, Tourism Education, and Tourism Master Degree. Submitted the manuscript to Routledge or CRC Press, a member of Taylor and Francis Group, and submitted for an indexation to Scopus as well as Web of Sciences. I do believe that publication is such a prestigious platform is able to disseminate the research result worldwide. I also would like to thank all the co-hosting institution, Dasar Tipar Yapari Aktripa, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Kristen Petra, and Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Trisakti. Many thanks are also delivered to the organizing committee of the port ISOT 2020 for their hard work. In this occasion, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to all the keynote speakers, Professor Bob McCatcher from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Hong Kong, Professor Iis Tusadiah from University of Surrey, United Kingdom, and also Dr. Dewi Turgarini, MM Par, from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Indonesia. I believe that you give such a significant contribution to the conference. As the committee requests me to officially open the seminar by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the Port International Seminar on Tourism 2020 is officially open. Thank you very much and have a nice conference. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor Adang Suherman, for the speech and for officially opening the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, now that the agenda has been officially opened, it is time for us to pray. I would like to call upon Bapak Hilman Taufik Abdillah MAG to lead the prayer. Bapak Hilman, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us our head and heart for a moment. Pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead the pray based on the teaching of Islam. The those you are not Muslim, you are pleasing to pray according each other of believers. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Hamda syakirin hamdan na'imin hamda yuafi ni'amahu yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultani. Oh Allah, today with this day, November 4th, 2020 in this beautiful place. We gather here to bring about international conference on tourism. Make this international conference as useful science assembly as medium sharing useful ideas, knowledge, experiment of scholarship, research, and studying of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our idea, lead us to be a successful, productive person, which is to be both dignity of our nation. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. Oh Allah, guide this blessing our heart and our mind in the light of your guidance. Impact your supreme wisdom upon your activity. Help us to speak our mind clearly. Help us to listen to each other, respect each other, love each other, so that we can include the blessing person. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. May Allah the blessing of us. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal
Hilman for leading the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the prayer has just marked the closing of the opening ceremony of the 4th ISOT 2020, and now we've come to the plenary speech session. But prior to the session, I would like to briefly introduce you to the moderator who will be chairing the session. Harry is a senior lecturer at the Tourism Marketing Management Study Program, Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She focuses her research on tourists' behavior and tourism governance. She gives lectures on tourism destination management, strategic management for tourism and hospitality, tourism information system management, tourism human resources and organizational behavior, event management, and sociology of tourism. Harry is currently a PhD candidate at James Cook University, Australia. Her thesis scrutinizes tourist motivation, experience, business models, and scenario planning for responsible tourism development. Coffee agritourism is set as the context of her thesis research. So without further ado, please kindly join me in giving a warm welcome to Ibu Ririn to chair the session.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ubat. Good morning, Indonesia, Asia, early morning in United Kingdom, and good day, world from Australia. Welcome to the 4th International Seminar on Tourism, ISOT 2020. This event started in 2014 by the Department of Tourism, the Faculty of Social Sciences Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. This year, we jointly organized this seminar with our beloved partner university, Stipadia Pari Aktripa Bandung, Universitas Negeri Jakarta, Universitas Kristen Petra, and Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Trisakti. I am Haris Tiorini, the moderator of this plenary session. There will be 3 agendas on this session. The first agenda is the keynote speakers' introductions. I will read the brief descriptions of our distinguished keynote speakers. And then the second agenda is the keynote presentations and Q&A answering sessions. So after each presentation from the keynote speakers, I will read questions from the participants. Therefore, we invite the participants to ask questions by writing it down on the chat box. So during the presentations, please do that. So please write down your name and questions. We will collect 2 or 3 questions and hand it to the keynote speakers to answer the questions. And then the final agenda is conclusions and closing these plenary sessions. I'm so happy in this to be able involved in this reputable and prestigious seminars. Thank you so much for inviting me here. And let's start with the first agenda. Okay, so let me share the screen to read a brief profile descriptions of our distinguished keynote speakers. Okay. moment, please. Excuse me. I have a little bit difficulty here, but I will sort it out. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Oops, sorry. Sorry, dealing with technology sometimes. Yeah. Okay, our first keynote speaker is Professor Bob McCurcher. Welcome, Professor Bob McCurcher. He's from Hong Kong Polytechnic University. He has been a tourism academic since 1990.
Halo Dul.
So yeah, everyone can see the...
Ente di mana Dul?
Sorry? Okay. Sorry, let me continue. So prior to that, he worked in the Canadian tourism industry in a variety of advocacy and operational roles. He received his PhD from the University of Melbourne in Australia, a master's degree from Carleton University in Ottawa, Canada, and his undergraduate degree from York University in Toronto, Canada. He has published over 300 scholarly papers and research reports. He is the author of The Business of Nature-Based Tourism and Cultural Tourism and has edited a number of other books. Professor McCurcher is the past president of the International Academic for the Study of Tourism, a fellow of the International Academic for the Study of Tourism, the Council of Australian University Tourism and Hospitality Education, and the International Academy of Culture, Tourism, and Hospitality Research. Wow. And we move to our second keynote speaker, a lovely lady. Her name is Professor Iis Tusyadia. She is a professor of Intelligent System in Service, head of Department of Hospitality and deputy head of School of Hospitality and Tourism Management at University of Surrey. Professor Iis Tusyadia conducts research on digital transformations in the travel and hospitality industry, focusing on human-computer interaction, consumer behavior, and mobility. She investigates the applications and implications of intelligent systems in the services sectors to inform business practice and policy. Professor Tusyadia is Surrey Principal Investigator for the Private Project 2018 to 2021, funded by the Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council. The project aims at developing user-centric privacy-aware data management. Data management platform to facilitate seamless, highly personalized travel experience for tourists. She served as a vice president from 2014 to 2017 and president from 2018 to 2020 of the International Federations of Information Technologies and Travel and Tourism, or ISOT. And she's a founding member of the Alliance for Innovators and Researchers in Tourism and Hospitality, ARTH. Welcome, Professor Iis Tusyadia. And finally, our third keynote speakers from our home country, Dr. Dewi Turgarini. Currently, she serves as the head of Catering Industry Management Study Program at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. She received her doctoral degree at Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, Master of Tourism at Sekolah Tinggi Pariwisata Bandung, and her undergraduate is from Pajajaran University, Bandung, Indonesia. Her research areas are on culinary and gastronomy tourism, and also has a great interest in historical, religious, and heritage tourism. She is an active contributor to national newspapers and televisions, particularly on promoting the conservation of Indonesian gastronomy and food culture. She also has several projects and publications of the conservation of Indonesia heritage culinary products. Collaboration. She has collaborations with Indonesia Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the West Java Tourism and Cultural Provincial Governance Office, and also the Bandung City Tourism Office. Wow, it's so honored to have our wonderful three keynote speakers here today. So now let us proceed to our first keynote speaker, Professor Bob McCurcher. Very happy to have you here, Professor. And he will deliver a very interesting topic, post-COVID tourism, the new normal or same. Very intriguing, Professor. So without further ado, Professor McCurcher, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Can everybody see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, Mr. I see.
Yes, Professor. We can see.
Oh, great, thank you. It's a real honor and a real pleasure to be invited to this important seminar. And I'd like to just thank all the distinguished dignitaries who are there, the honorable guests, and the close to 450 people who are participating in this event. As I said, it's a real pleasure to be involved. And I'd like to express some personal opinions, but also share what the broader academic community is thinking about, what the likely scenarios are going to be with post-COVID and tourism. And the question is whether or not COVID is going to fundamentally change tourism, or whether or not it's going to be just like it was before once COVID ends. Now, the thing about crises is, and unlike any other crisis, COVID is really the biggest crisis that the tourism sector has faced, but it may also just be a portent of future crises, especially things like climate change. And as we know, crises affect destinations, source markets, or both destinations and source markets in the case of transnational events. And they really fall into two broad categories. On the one hand, there are cobra crises, cobras that strike quickly and often without warning, and their impact is immediate but generally short term. On the other hand, there are python crises, which is a slow burning crisis that may have many facets. You can often see it coming in advance, and people generally tend to ignore the warning signals and are surprised when it hits. The unique feature about COVID is it's a cobra that has turned into a python. It arose very quickly. Everybody hoped it would end very quickly, and now we've been dealing with it for the better part of a year, and there really is no end in sight. And unless or until maybe we get some type of vaccine, who knows how long it's going to end. And the other feature about COVID is anytime areas have tried to open up and have encouraged tourism, there's been a second or a third wave. So there's a direct link between COVID and tourism. And so everybody is understandably very nervous about opening up the tourism sector. Now, what's going to be the future for tourism? Well, nobody really knows for sure. And as I said, I canvassed a number of academics to gather their views, and I'll share some of their views with them. The good news is that the tourism sector is probably the most resilient economic sector, and it can survive and has survived a whole series of events that would rock other sectors to the core. As a matter of fact, one of my doctoral students wrote about crisis in tourism, and he said about every 4 months there's some type of global crisis that affects the tourism industry, whether it's a volcano or whether it's civil unrest or whether it's social unrest or whether it's disease or whatever. And the other thing too is that tourism can survive without having to rely on heavy government subsidies. it is quite a strong sector. But, and the big but, is that we may be in for the long haul. And the longer the industry is affected, well, the more they're going to have to rely on some support. I guess the first question is, what's the effect that's going to be on consumer behavior? And my guess is very little. They may make some people a little bit more cautious about choosing destinations and a little bit more safety concern. But really, I think it's going to have very little impact on consumer behavior. And let me explain why. And really, the experience with SARS, the severe acute respiratory syndrome 2003, 2004, I think is an example of what's going to happen with COVID once it ends. And we were very fortunate in that the Hong Kong Polytechnic University did a 3-phase study about SARS. We got lucky in surveying consumer attitudes just before it hit, and then we surveyed consumer attitudes right in the high point of SARS. And then in July, once SARS ended, we again surveyed consumers. And right in the middle of SARS, when the world basically locked out much of Asia, there were travel restrictions imposed on residents of China, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. Singapore imposed a 14-day quarantine. Taiwan imposed a 10-day quarantine. And more than 100 countries imposed either restrictions or quarantines to stop people from traveling. And when we did our survey during the height of SARS, the vast majority of people either canceled their trips or postponed them indefinitely. And residents felt that air travel wasn't safe. They felt that destinations weren't safe. And more importantly, they felt that for them to travel, they would be putting themselves at risk. And when we asked when they would expect to travel again, more than half the people said, I don't know, or it's going to be at least a year before they could travel with confidence. But SARS ended very quickly by Easter 2004. And what happened was there was a remarkable rebound in travel propensity. We did our study again, as I said, in July, and by July, half the people had already traveled, and consumer confidence had returned very quickly. While no one expected to travel in April, many people were already traveling, and most of them said they were likely or very likely to travel within a very short period of time. And what happened was the latent demand was met by a rapid rebound in consumer confidence. And the reason is, I think that it was like a spring, that travel is now a normal part of most people's lives. And if you dampen demand a little bit and release it, it will rebound a little bit. But something like SARS or COVID, when you suppress demand dramatically, just like when you hold down a spring dramatically, once you let it go, it'll bounce back remarkably quickly. And I think this is what you're going to see happening here. Unlike 30 or 40 years ago, or even 20 years ago in some economies, where travel was a luxury, today it's part of our expected daily or weekly or yearly life cycle. And it's one of the core purchases that we make on a regular basis. And more than that, travel is a really powerful response to privation. And we're undergoing a tremendous period of privation now with COVID, where we're pretty much locked away in our homes, or we're locked away in our home communities. Whereas once travel restrictions are eased, people can escape both physically and emotionally from COVID. And I think you're going to see a huge, rapid rebound in travel. What do the experts say? The experts aren't nearly as convinced as I am. They say that right now that 2/3 of consumers are afraid that contracting the virus will outweigh their desire to travel. The OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, says recovery is going to start later than expected and will be slower than expected. They think domestic travel will recover first, and in fact, in many places, domestic travel has already recovered. In China, over the Golden Week, they set a record for domestic tourism. You're going to see travel bubbles created between safe source markets and safe destinations. But the experts are saying that overall, propensity will be slow and that people will be more cost conscious than ever before. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we'll see that demand will recover quickly. It will recover very unevenly, that some places will recover much faster than other places. And certainly domestic travel will recover much faster than international travel because people will have much more faith in the health of their own country. Or when travel bubbles are formed, I think they will have faith in safe travel destinations. But as I said, I think when you look at demand and privation like a coiled spring, consumer demand will rebound really fast. Now, people will travel for shorter distances and they'll travel for shorter periods of time. They may not take the long 2-3 week holidays and tour around, but they will definitely start to travel again more quickly. The longer term impacts, though, are going to be a little bit harder to predict. And I think as with 9/11, where people are much more safety conscious before, I think now people will be much more safety conscious than before. And they will use social media much more, they will use the internet much more, and they're going to rely on more than just the destination saying that it's safe to visit. They will prefer known destinations. And it relates to partly their own riskability, but it also relates to their congruence with the destination image. If they know the destination, then they know that it's a safe destination, or they know where they can go safely. They're going to choose known accommodation brands, and they're going to choose known transport providers with strong health and safety records. And I think you'll see the multinational hotel chains in particular recover much faster than the locally branded properties or than the small backpackers types or hostel type places. And I think we're also going to see something like health passports be introduced. When I was a child 50 years ago, you had to show evidence of having a vaccination against smallpox before you could travel internationally. Once smallpox was eradicated, you didn't need that anymore. But I think pretty soon you're going to have to get a health passport and show evidence that you are COVID-free or whatever the next disease is going to come free before you're allowed to travel. So from a consumer standpoint, I think the future looks fairly optimistic when and if COVID abates. Travel's a normal part of our life, and most people now are itching to travel anywhere, anytime. And as soon as restrictions are eased, there'll be a massive outflow of tourists, domestically and internationally. The question is when, and that's the great unknown. You know, we're placing our faith in a vaccine, but no vaccine has ever been developed for a COVID-like disease before. Donald Trump is placing his faith in COVID disappearing like SARS magically. But so far, there's no evidence that that's going to happen. But I think at some point, people will just say, enough is enough, and I want to travel, and I'm going to travel, and I'll choose my destination carefully and be conscious of the risk. Now, the next question is, though, if the consumers are going to recover quickly, can industry recover? And this is a much more difficult question. Here it looks like industry, I think, is going to be much more greatly affected by COVID than the consumers. Certainly many businesses have gone out of business, and we've lost so many really good industry professionals. And it's going to take a while to replenish the stock of people working in the industry. And it's also going to take a while to replenish the skill level of those people who are working in the industry. Now, that presents both good and bad news. That the good news is that because there have been so many jobs lost, there are going to be huge opportunities for people to move into a career in tourism and hospitality and to advance relatively quickly in a career in tourism and hospitality. And in fact, I think now is probably the best time ever to be a tourism and hospitality student. Because when you graduate in 2, 3, or 4 years' time, the industry is just going to suck you up like a sponge, and they will move you forward very quickly. As the Chinese say, out of every crisis comes an opportunity, and there are going to be many, many new opportunities created. There are going to be many new businesses, and anybody who's cashed up is going to be able to start a business to fill the gap of restaurants, of accommodation houses, of small and medium-sized attractions that have gone out of businesses. And so those opportunities will emerge. You know, and again, when you looked at the Asian financial crisis, or when you looked at SARS, or when you looked even earlier at the global financial crisis from the late 90s, the industry was rattled to its core, but it came out much more strongly. In Hong Kong, for example, in SARS, many huge restaurants went out of business. But that also created opportunities for much smaller bistro type and cafe type restaurants to fill the gap. And what we saw in Hong Kong was an explosion of specialty restaurants. And now Hong Kong is built on its reputation as being a global dining destination. And we have more choice than ever before, at more price range than ever before, and more variety than ever before. And I think businesses will spring up to fill the gap, but the impact is going to be uneven. And I think one section that is on the endangered species list is the traditional travel agent. Now, everybody's been talking about how travel agents are going to disappear for 20 years with the advent of social media, with the advent of disintermediation and the development of the internet, and being able to book directly with suppliers and being able to get information directly with suppliers. Travel agents haven't disappeared, they've changed. But I think COVID may be the final nail in the coffin for them. And what people are finding out now is that they can use online booking services. They can use OTAs, online travel agents. They can book directly with suppliers. They don't have to work with individuals. And so you're going to see more and more people working in a cashless and a personless society. And in Hong Kong, they just announced that about 3,000 travel agents are going to be furloughed. They're going to be put on temporarily put on leave without pay. And I don't see the sector recovering very quickly. I think one other sector that's going to be damaged is the cruise sector. And I think it's going to be the last sector to recover. Partly because cruise is now such a bad reputation as the epicenter of many outbreaks, but also large cruise ships have many engineering issues. And this is what's going to make consumers very, very cautious. They have centralized air conditioning, and this is what led to the spread of COVID amongst the cruise sector, is once one person got infected, the disease was spread from them throughout the cruise ship. And I think consumer confidence in the safety of cruises, especially the massive 3,000-4,000 floating cities, is going to be shaken. And I think it's going to take a long time for the cruise sector to recover. I wouldn't invest in cruise ship stocks for the time being. I think the more specialty cruises and the smaller ships, the 50, the 100 person ship, they may recover fairly quickly, but I think the large multinational cruise companies are in trouble. People have also predicted the end of the MICE and business travel, where Zoom, as we're in Zoom now, and other remote technologies have been developed to take their place. But I think that's a bit of a premature and a bit of a negative prediction. And while meetings can be held in business, nothing can really replace face-to-face conversation. And the business sessions of meetings can be held as we're doing this now with Zoom. But the real value of MICE, the real value of business meetings, is what happens after the formal sessions end. What happens during the tea break, what happens during the lunch and dinner breaks, what happens after dinner, where people who don't get to see each other all that time get a chance to socialize, get a chance to dine together, and get a chance to spend time in each other's company in a very relaxed setting. And you can talk to one-on-one, you can navigate your way through the room, you can talk to lots of people. You don't really have that opportunity with Zoom. And my guess is the MICE and the business sector are going to recover quickly. I think there's another reason too, and that is that destinations have invested so much money to build convention and exhibition facilities, and destinations are so reliant on the business travel sector that that's going to be the first sector that they focus on. And I think you're going to see a lot of investment and a lot of deep discounts to encourage people to travel again. I wouldn't be too concerned about the MICE sector. I think destinations like Singapore, like Jakarta, are going to really push this sector hard and are going to be very, very competitive in the near future. Now, one question is what's going to happen with prices. And over the short term, prices are going to fall. Over the long term, I think prices are going to increase. But destinations now are already working with airlines, they're already working with attractions, they're already working with hotel companies to launch deeply discounted packages once travel bubbles are created. And my guess is that as soon as the bubble is created, travel as fast as you can and travel as soon as you can, because we're going to see unprecedentedly cheap prices and unprecedentedly good service. Not only are the prices going to fall, but the value offered is going to increase. And destinations, destination management organizations like the Hong Kong Tourism Board or the Singapore Tourism Board are already working on developing these types of packages, as much to generate cash to get businesses going and as much to keep people employed as it is to start to show people that their destination is safe. And once that first group of explorers goes and discovers the destination again and comes back and says it's safe, then the life cycle will be renewed. But over the long term, I think prices will have to increase. The industries being without income for the better part of a year. Deep discounts might generate some business to begin with, but no business can survive if it's losing money and if it's a cash business where the price is at the break-even point or below the break-even point. But I think also you're going to see perhaps some legislation that will force businesses to increase prices. If there's legislation to increase greater social distancing in airlines, that means that some airlines may have to get rid of the middle seat, or they may have to increase the legroom to try and get a meter between passengers. If they increase the legroom, that means they're going to have to take out seats. Well, airline pricing is very much done on a yield basis. If the capacity is decreased, then the yield per seat is going to have to increase, and we're going to have to see an increase in prices. Theme parks now are opening up, but they're opening up with limited quotas, oftentimes 50, maybe 75% of capacity. Again, their prices are going to have to increase because they just can't survive on a lower quota at the same price. And the hotel sector may also be forced to raise their prices, especially as they're going to be facing additional health and safety costs. Now, the experts are saying there are going to be some changes in the product offerings. Mostly, they're saying that low capacity destinations are going to boom, high capacity destinations are going to struggle. So rural tourism is going to benefit, nature-based tourism is going to benefit, health and spa tourism, medical tourism is going to benefit, and heritage tourism is going to benefit. And they're talking about urban destinations struggling and package tours because, again, the crowding is going to struggle. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think reality says something different. And you have to look at where the existing tourism infrastructure is. Most tourism infrastructure is either in large-scale resort communities, whether it's the Gold Coast or whether it's Bali or whether it's Phuket, or it's in urban centers. And most tourism occurs now in urban centers or urban resort destinations. It's impossible to build up the capacity in rural areas quickly. So demand is going to be limited by the capacity of these areas, whereas demand is going to be unlimited by the huge capacity in cities. More than that, when you look at the skill level involved, Singapore Tourism Board, Hong Kong Tourism Board, the Thai Tourism Board, the Bali people, they've got much more expertise, they've got much more resources. They can do a much better job of jumping into recovery strategies much faster than small or regional centers.
Excuse me, Professor, 3 more minutes.
Okay, I'm almost finished.
Yeah, thank you, Professor.
So I don't think that this is going to be a problem. And in fact, let's just take a look at policy as my second last slide. And again, everybody's saying this is a chance to redesign tourism. This is a chance to become much more sustainable in our planning. This is a chance to develop and implement crisis plans. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be business as usual. So what's the future going to be? Well, COVID is going to be with us for a long time. And I think recovery is going to be slow and uneven, even if a magic bullet vaccine is found. But the consumers are ready to travel again. And once the recovery starts, we're going to move faster than ever before. The question is whether or not the industry will be ready, because it's lost so many businesses and has lost so many good staff that it may not be able to recover as fast as demand recovers. So I think over the short term, nothing much is going to happen until safety bubbles are created. Domestic tourism is going to boom first. But I think we're going to see an unprecedented growth in tourism and a recovery to 2019 levels of travel very, very quickly once COVID passes. So thank you very much. And I'll open the floor now to any questions if anybody has. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Bob McCurcher. It's very, very interesting because we live in the uncertainty right now, and there are some future directions from the presentations about focusing on the domestic tourist, and tourism is resilient and very optimistic and strong and powerful. A message that you send to us here that it is tourism is resilient, but there will be some adjustment on the industry or in the game, in the tourism game. And yeah, and we have a question, Professor. It is from Fitri Rahma Fitria. She's from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And let me summarize her questions, Professor. So,
okay.
Fitri has done a research about tourist behavior in pandemic, and she found that there is an uncertain conditions and unclear informations about COVID, and that makes people become unaware of the risk. So they have like a low perceptions about the risk, about COVID risk. So they seems like unaware about the risk, and they keep on doing the travel, but without understanding or without imposing the COVID protocol. So on the other hand, the tourism sectors also like open to them, and then this will cause another cluster of virus transmissions. So she asked, what is the best strategy to support tourism industry in this telematic situation? The industry need to survive. They open, but based on her research in Indonesia, I believe that people have low awareness in coping with COVID protocols, and she would like to discuss and ask about the strategy to support tourism industry in this telematic situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And there's another question from Tommy as well, which is following a similar theme. I'm actually working with somebody from the Hong Kong Community College, Dr. Bill Zhu, who's putting together a research proposal that says destination competitiveness now is very much going to be influenced by the perceived safety of the destination and the perceived crisis preparedness of the destination. And what he is trying to figure out is how to effectively communicate with tourists. How much information is needed to go to the tourist to say this place is safe without providing too much information to convince tourists that this place is not safe and it's quite a scary destination. And this is really a fine balancing act that destinations are going to have to work through in communicating their message to the tourist, because if you don't give enough information, people will be suspicious that the destination is still being affected by COVID or other crises. And if you give too much information, then people are going to be convinced that they're overselling the destination and it's really unsafe. So what's that balancing act? And it's a very fine point between enough information but not too much. And I don't know what the answer is. And this is one of the things that destination management organizations are going to have to do, and I think they're going to have to do this more through qualitative research than through visitor surveys, is talk to their market segments and find out what type of information they need, how much information they need, and when that information is going to need to be conveyed. I think a lot of it will happen once travel bubbles are created, but I think there's an even greater communication message that's going to be needed to be conveyed to people.
Okay, thank you. Because it's very interesting because on your presentations, you also mentioned that people will try to find the safe destinations. And informations is the key to give descriptions of the tourists who wants to visit the destinations. And thank you so much for the inputs for us, Ibu Fitri. Yeah, I hope you can get the explanations from Prof. McCullough. Okay, she said thank you to you, Prof. And then the next question is almost similar. It's from Tommy Andrianto.
Right, I think I've answered Tommy's question.
Yes. And also about the business models and everything. Maybe you want to add something about the business models to compete with other famous destinations, something like that? Because, yeah.
Okay, so the short answer with the business model is now's the time to plan. Now's the time to get a new marketing strategy in, a new branding strategy in, get the cooperation amongst players, and then be prepared to launch. Now's not the time to do any marketing promotion, unless it's really low cost promotion through websites. The business model is going to be, once things are safe, then launch and launch hard.
Okay, thank you, Professor. This will answer Tommy's, I believe, questions. And this is the last questions. We have 3 questions, Professor McCullough. This is from Ibu Dewi Turgarini. Can you share about domestic food tourist behavior in Hong Kong, please, Prof? And also the food industry conditions and government policy during the pandemic. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Do we have an hour? I'll try to answer that very quickly. During the height of the pandemic, bars were closed, but restaurants were open, but had to close at 6 o'clock, and they were only allowed to have 2 people per table. As the pandemic's eased, they've now moved to 4 people per table and can stay open till 10 o'clock at night. Now the current situation is 6 people per table, and the restaurants can stay open till 2 o'clock in the morning. So actually Hong Kong's been fairly fortunate in that the government shut down all the restaurants, but they only shut them down for 1 day. And they realized that that was such a huge mistake. So they opened them up and have gradually opened them up more and more. The restaurants are hurting, but I think many of them are going to survive, and certainly the popular large restaurants are surviving with groups of 4 or 6 people.
Okay, thank you, Professor. So the policy also have like feedback from the industry, and then like they revise the policy, and then but some COVID protocol policy like limiting the number of people and something like that are still exist, or yeah, they impose kind of that to prevent the virus transmissions at the restaurant, something like that.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Bob McCullough, for it's very insightful. I really enjoy your talk. And yeah, the future directions of post-COVID tourism is always interesting because we never know how it will end, and we truly pray that it will end soon. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you. It has been my pleasure.
Thank you. And now we are approaching to our next presenter, our next keynote speaker, Professor Iis Tusadia. We truly appreciate your effort to give the talk in this seminar. I really understand that it's at dawn in United Kingdom. So Professor Iis Tusadia will deliver the topic about envisioning the future travel, growth technology. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Iis Tusadia. The time is yours, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Harry, for moderating. And thank you for the organizers for having me today. So it's a pleasure to be here. And it's unfortunate that I can't be there in person due to the pandemic, but this is, I guess, the best that we could do for today. But I'm really happy to be here with 430 other people joining the seminar. And also the talk from Professor McCurcher was really, really great, because I will actually talk a little bit about the pandemic. And essentially what I'm going to talk about today is looking into the future of tourism, not just for the short term, and that relates to pandemic, but also a little bit longer to the future. And because of my area of interest is technology, I'm going to talk about it from the perspective of how technology plays a role in the way that we imagine the future, and ways to get to the future. So when I'm sure you are all, I guess, familiar with all the advancements in technology that has been applied in travel and tourism. We see lots of, for example, service robots being applied, implemented in hotels, in restaurants, in attractions, museums, and so on. And if we go abroad, before COVID, when we go abroad through an airport, we most of the time, I think in many airports, we pass through an e-gates where there are some sort of recognition technology, whether it's facial recognition technology or fingerprints and so on for identification. And all these are powered by artificial intelligence, most of them. And so the advancements of technology make us, you know, well, consumers and also people in the industry started to think that the future is coming at us at a faster pace because of that rapid development in technology. And so also we are looking into various ways of traveling. And so, for example, Uber came up with the idea of not only using cars or object for peer-to-peer transportation, but also, you know, helicopters, self-driving helicopters. So you can actually travel that mid kind of distance, for example, between New York and Boston in the US a little bit more conveniently. So you don't have to go to the airport and then wait and so on. And then, of course, there's also, there has been a lot of talk about space exploration with Virgin Galactic, for example, and new companies popping up, actually often offering kind of, you know, space experience, even though it's not really going to that far away from the Earth, but still you go up and see the curvature of the Earth and so on. So what it tells us really is technology has brought us not just imagination. Nowadays, it's also already the design of, you know, new ways of traveling, and it's also about affordability, technological affordance in this case. So what makes, so technology make it possible for us to actually travel in a different way. And that is, you know, based on the idea that we are now in the fourth industrial revolution. So that's powered by AI, big data, robotics, and so on and so forth. And that the idea that AI is now the new electricity. So, and by AI, this is just very quickly to show the subfields of AI. We were talking about machine learning, computer vision, speech recognition, language processing, expert systems, which is basically knowledge representation, as well as robotics. So in travel and tourism, these are the three areas of technologies that would enable the application of intelligent automation. So that includes artificial intelligence from the brain of the operation. And then we're looking into robotics for the embodiment of technology, and then Internet of Things for the connectivity that allow for this cyber physical system to operate. So now, after talking about all these technologies and thinking about the future and how technology can actually propel us to the next stage of travel and tourism, we do have an issue that we're facing right now, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, Professor McKercher has mentioned earlier a lot of the impacts that COVID brought to travel and tourism. And, you know, I have three images here. One is really, I think, to me, what the profound impact on travel and tourism is because of the investment that a lot of different countries have made to facilitate travel as part of the economy. And so we have lots of facilities, airports, meeting facilities, like Bob mentioned earlier, cruise ships and so on, that's now, you know, abandoned essentially because of the travel ban. We're also facing travel restrictions in the sense that it is regulations keep changing in many different countries. I think government, you know, sometimes they apply regional regulations depending on the severity of virus transmission. So sometimes we will, for example, in the United Kingdom, where I live right now, in England, we're going to go into lockdown in tomorrow, actually, on Thursday. But before that, Wales went into lockdown first, and that's because of the rate of virus transmission, and that also kind of like it makes how can I say it causes a lot of confusion, of course, because of the lockdown and travel restrictions. Then we do have flow of tourists regionally and also internationally, kind of, you know, following these regulations of lots of cancellations and so on and so forth. And then for the third one, I'm actually highlighting the change in people's attitude towards travel. And I think now people are becoming a lot more safety conscious, or a lot more health conscious as well. And so then it will also influence, at least for now, I'm not sure how it is going to be in the future. For now, it influences the way that they make decision in terms of where to go, where to stay, and so on. And I had some discussions actually earlier this week around the rise in the use of vacation rental, so things like Airbnb and Vrbo, for example, because people essentially don't trust other people, so they don't want to stay in hotels where, you know, they're not sure if they're going to be with other guests and if other guests would actually follow protocol and so on. So they prefer to stay at, you know, an individual house with their own travel party. And so these things are, I think, the immediate impact of COVID-19. And the question then will be what are the roles of technology in actually addressing or accommodating or actually facilitating the tourism industry to recover from crisis. I have some data that I borrowed from UNWTO to show the impact on tourism arrivals, and this is from April 2020, and also this is the employment loss in travel and tourism because of coronavirus in 2020, and this is actually reported in March, and you can see Indonesia, that's the fourth. So you can imagine that this is something that we need to address. So what are the roles of technology? I think Bob earlier also mentioned about the probably increasing significance of the use of technology to mitigate some of the impacts. For example, the increase in touchless or contactless or cashless payments and operations. And so what I found actually that hotels, attractions, and other travel and tourism providers have been using, essentially technology today or in this pandemic era has been used or applied at the operational level. So for example, to help tourism providers to ensure that social distancing measures are being followed, or the protocol are being followed. So in this case, on the left-hand side, or top left, that's an automated system where you can actually recognize, if guests are wearing face covering and so on, and so you can allow them to enter a facility, for example. And then robots are used to also facilitate more of that contactless services instead of a personnel, giving things like towels and so on. You have robots to do that, and then also for sanitation, so that to reduce the risk also for employees to clean the room. And also to improve or to increase the trust actually from guests that rooms are sanitized and safe. And in the case of vacation rentals, actually, I think Airbnb has a policy that the hosts need to allow for about 24 hours before the next guest would actually stay in a particular apartment. So these are good from my point of view, but these are of course something that, that was considered before not as a necessity. And so people think of, for example, the applications of robotics, facial recognition, touchless service as something of novelty, something that's kind of like, high tech and but now I think operators are thinking of these as a necessity because of this, that it allows them to open their facilities again or to attract guests again. Now, again, that's good. But to me, I think what's missing in the conversation is more of a strategic level of conversation about how to use technology to help the industry to recover from crisis. So and of course UNWTO advocate this, that tourism must be part of the recovery plans across the economy. And so to me, these are some of the opportunities where we can use technology. We can use technologies to help the industry recover. So for example, we talked earlier about business models. So looking into, the use of, so businesses and facilities that are now unused. I think what technology can be useful is to create or design business models that allow companies, businesses, providers to be more resilient. So in this case, because I'm really into technology, it's really, for example, creating experiences that are hybrid. So using cyber physical systems. So things that are that can be digitized, for example, should be offered as experiences that are digital, and also in combination with physical attractions, if it's possible to travel again. Now, the second thing is how can we make sure that travel is safe again, right? So there was a question earlier about people not knowing or recognizing or realizing the risk and kind of underplay the risk of COVID-19. Now, if we can have a smarter system that use data, location data, for example, crowd, and all kinds of relevant data to inform tourists where which destinations are safe to go, for how long, if there is going to be an increasing risk at a particular location, they should be able to get a notification, for example. So it's about really using big data, I think, to offer personalized and safe travel experience for people. And then the third one, that's in regards to consumers' attitude and behavior. What technology can help really is to provide nudges. So these are, kind of like soft intervention strategies to communicate with them. And nudges that can influence travelers and tourists to be more responsible, so that they can have, they can do things that that will not harm themselves and others while traveling. So to me, these are some of kind of like the medium term where technologies, in this case AI, can play a role to help us, recover from, probably not just recover, but to facilitate travel now when we are still in the pandemic, and then to recover from it. But I think this was a conversation for today and maybe a short term. I think what the real challenge for us is how to think about a longer term future, right? So what do we want from tourism, and how can AI, in this case, help for us to get to that future that we want? And for that, we have to think about, we have to talk really about sustainability transition. So how can we transition to the path where it will guarantee in some way, to some extent, the sustainability of travel and tourism. And I'm going to quote Peter Drucker here, and sometimes this quote is actually also attributed to Abe Lincoln. So the best way to predict the future is to create it. And so to me, this is perhaps the one of the points where we could actually pivot or change the course, the direction of the development, so that it goes towards a desired future. And for us to be able to know what the desired future is, or what the desired futures are, we need to start talking about it, and also thinking then how do we get there? So then it comes to one of the activities that we did actually in 2019. So this is before the pandemic. So we did something called travel futuring. So we look into, me and my collaborators, look into the future of travel. And this comes from the concept and the approach of social futuring. So that is when, social entities like a country, a tourism destination, a group of people, a business, recognizing their capability to actually look into the future, to envision the future, but also then to influence and generate future changes. And then strategically pave the ways to get to this desired future. So again, for us to be able to think about what, or to decide actions, what to do to get into a more sustainable future, we have to actually look into what are the desired futures. And so in this case, what we did was we explored public visions of the future of travel and tourism. And the idea is that we would like to better understand what people expect in the future. What do they want from travel and tourism? How, what kind of travel and tourism industry, or what kind of travel and tourism experience they would like to have. And in this case, also looking into what kind of technological development would actually transform travel and tourism in the future. So essentially with this, what we did was looking into or marrying these two approaches of futuring, thinking about the future, and also looking into sustainability transition. So how can we find patterns of changes in the systems, in this case, in the travel and tourism industry, that lead to new ways of achieving what we want in terms of travel and tourism. So in 2019, we applied a method called Letters from the Future. So we asked, it's from psychology. So we asked travelers to write a letter to share their travel experiences from 2039. So that was 20 years in the future. And it's quite interesting. We collected about 150 letters from travelers in the UK and in the US. And it's quite interesting because a lot of people were skeptical about this. And they said, yeah, people are not going to share really interesting experiences or really interesting things. But actually, we got really, really exciting letters. And I'm going to share one of them. So this is from the US guy called Matthew. And apparently Matthew was imagining traveling to Mars. And he wrote about his travel experience, what he did, how he get there, and so on. And I actually have a video of that letter, and I'm going to play it. Hopefully that it will work.
Hey, Oscar, Mars is outstanding. We're so glad we decided to make the trip. The Sunrise Space Cruiser was amazing, fully automated. The Space Steward robots were incredible. From Birmingham, Alabama to Red Station, Mars took only 29 hours. The fingerprint scanner payment system really makes this kind of travel safer. No one can steal any cash or cards from you. The Marstel Comfort Suites are a stroke of genius. Not one human employee to pay or provide healthcare to. All the travel bots fully service the customers. They cook, clean, provide medical help and assistance in various forms. They even fix themselves. It feels very safe here. I was worried about all that automation controlling the tours and facility would be buggy and scary. So far, the kiosk, bots, and self-driving vehicles all have worked perfectly. Jexter, our personal service bot, says the subterranean bot tour we'll take this afternoon is wonderful. I imagine he's programmed to say that. The hologram menus at the restaurants are interesting. 3D steak that you can spin with the touch of a finger. It's quite neat. The hover walk systems around the facility sure beat the belt fed system on Earth for getting around. I sure am glad that the satellite signal correlation between the two planets has been fixed. Video calls from my iPhone 27, been perfect. No lag whatsoever. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, at the spaceport getting ready to launch, the automatrons serve food in pellet form, just like in the movies we used to watch. It was surreal to watch a hoverbot carry our bags onto the plane for us and service. Anyway, we'll be back next week. Thanks for taking care of the house. Matt.
Right. So yeah. So we got 150 letters like this, and not all like this, not all that exciting, but they're exciting. But it's not just exciting. The method that we use with the letters from the future is the idea of asking people to write letters from the future is one to allow them to actually imagine what. So essentially to kind of articulate their expectation about the future, and also to gauge a little bit deeper into their concerns, hopes, right? So positive and negative from the future. And so I have this two quotes here from different letters. One is talking about technology, a drip irrigation, the technology which takes water vapor from space and turns into droplets, has made sure there is abundance of food on the moon. So it's talking about, traveling to the moon, and then there's a technology that allows this, sustenance of human life. And then the second quote is, the Airbnb is run by a Chinese family who was sent here when China was overpopulated in the 2020s. And so when you look at this, actually, it's not just, it's people's imagination, but the underlying message of this is their concern of, one, overpopulation on the left-hand side. And then the other one really is that the Earth, so it's not only about, the possibility of us getting to the moon, but it's also the possibility of basically sustaining life and humanity, essentially. So based on this, there are three drivers that we extracted from the letters. One really is the societal changes in the world, and then the environmental pressure. So we're a lot of letters are mentioning about global warming and climate change, which are the crises that we are facing at the moment. And then the technological innovation was provided somehow in the letters as kind of a tools, perhaps not a solution, but tools to address or alleviate some of these pressures from the environment and from changes in social isolation, for example, and disintegration. So we asked these letters after in the UK when Brexit discussion was still kind of hot, and so lots of people were talking about the impact of Brexit and so on. And in terms of the futures, there are two extreme polar opposite, one dystopian future and one utopian future. So positive and extremely negative. But we also saw lots of where technology plays a role in getting into that, the areas where people think that these are not just feasible, but these are also desirable. So these are kind of the themes that we summarized from the letters. They talk about destination, transport. Basically, in most of the letters, people talk about technology to make travel faster, more convenient, and also for alternative source of energy. And then all kinds of attractions and hospitality that that can be afforded by the use of technology. So for example, extended reality, so the mix between virtual reality, mixed reality, and also physical environment. And that links to the discussion, a lot of discussion about AI revolution. So they imagine AI as life AI assistant, so not just travel-related AI assistant, and also the changes in the environment that I mentioned earlier. So from these, one of the conclusions that we gathered from this is that people are envisioning life after possible severe degradation of living conditions on Earth. And so that's why they are imagining, traveling to space and so on. So to me at least, this is not about space exploration. It is not about, of course, there is the novelty and the human curiosity of going out of the Earth. But also, I think the most important fear that people have is that we are harming our living environment, and that one day we have to find an alternative place where we need to live. And it's not just about travel, but also sustaining humanity. I'm running out of time.
Yeah, probably. So
okay.
Okay.
All right, great. Almost there. So some key lessons. Again, I think, so from, even though I mentioned that there are concerns about the environment, about climate change, about global warming, about overpopulation, and so on and so forth. But in all of these letters, maybe 99.99% of these letters, we can see that the needs for travel will always be there. I think it's part of human nature. We are curious to see other places, and it's going to be always part of our lives. And again, I mentioned the concerns for humanity. So it's when, even though people talk about the environment, care about the environment, actually what they care about really is about the humanity. So what are the roles of technology in these? So one really is for travel facilitation, to enable travel. And second is for assistance and automation. So that's to assist travelers. And then to replace portions of travel. So hopefully in the future, people don't have to travel that often. People don't have to travel all the time. So there is still a need to travel, but maybe not as hopefully as often as we do now. And what's important really is that we need to be able to more accurately predict travel impact on the environment. And so these then feed forward to what kind of technology do we need to develop. So the concepts of robust AI, so AI that's not just robust to requirements, but also to other things like security and so on. Responsible AI and inclusive AI, so technologies that can be used by as many people as possible. And then the idea that it has to be humanity first. So it's not, so to me, it's not necessarily just because we can develop the technology, we don't have to. So we have to develop technology so that we can do something good for the humanity. So again, so I have this, what I earlier presented. And so how I see this, how these actually then fit into the problems that we are facing at the moment. So replacing portions of travel, for example, would fit into the first theme that I mentioned earlier. Nudges and so on and so forth will fit into the design of responsible AI and inclusive AI. And lastly, so I'm curating a collection on artificial intelligence and robotics and annals of tourism research. And so if you are working or interested in working in this area, please do submit. And in an article accompanying the launch of the collection, I set out 4 priorities, 4 directions for future research: designing beneficial AI, facilitating responsible adoption, assessing impacts of AI, and creating a sustainable future with AI. So yeah, so hopefully my message is that we have to kind of think what would be the right future, the more sustainable future of travel and tourism, and that we should shape the future together. Thank you.
Wow, beautiful, wonderful, Professor Shadia. It's really like food of thought for today, that the machines, the technology can actually play a great role in humanity. It can help the travel and tourism after the pandemic within short term, but beyond that, we still have to explore more technology for sustainability. It's very great presentations. And there is a questions. May I read the questions for you? This is from Novelita Damar. Hello, Professor Shadia. My name is Novelita Damar from Tourism Marketing Management Program and Master Candidates in International Tourism Management at University of Surrey. So her questions is about creating a sustainable future with AI program. She has read your paper about it and she found it very exciting. And there's one risk is the loss of employment, which has been a huge problem, especially in Indonesia. So what is your suggestions for tourism in Indonesia in the future with AI program is likely to happen?
Yeah, it's always a big question, right? When we talk about AI, I think one of the debates is always about, okay, AI is going to take over the world, and it's going to take away our jobs. And so we actually, so together with a few colleagues, we just did a study on how can we actually ensure that the AI, when we apply AI and robotics, for example, that it will actually promote decent work in the industry. So it's sustainable development goal number 8, right? That tourism is providing decent work for people. So I see this. So the impact of AI on work. There are different waves, right? One, I think the first wave really is that AI or automation in general will impact task. So before it will impact work, and then workplace, and then workforce. And to me, I think how can I say, the key really is in developing or implementing AI systems that would allow for a more meaningful human-machine collaboration. So it's not to how can I say, to apply AI to replace people. It's to apply AI so that they can ease some of the burdens in terms of tasks. So and humans and machines do have different strengths and weaknesses. So for example, things like tasks that requires lots of more accurate calculation and so on and so forth, is better to delegate these tasks to machines. So things like analytics and so on. So because manual computing will actually takes a lot of time, and humans, we make mistakes all the time. But then things that would require us to be more social, for example, things that requires empathy and things like that, these are better for humans and not for machines. And so I think that's the key when we apply technology in any sectors, including especially in tourism, because it's people's business. We have to think about that balancing. So it's really creating what experts always call the super team, right? So it's like AI plus humans, and allocate tasks differently to machines and to humans. So that way, then AI will not replace jobs entirely. Of course, there will be jobs replaced by machines. I mean, that's a consequence. But then for those who are still working in the industry, they will be able to have a more meaningful role and more meaningful tasks to do. I think that's probably the key.
So it won't replace the human, but human can build their capacity to explore more, work on improving the humanity in all sectors, and technology can help us to do that. Something like that. I just add a little bit. Yeah. Professor, there's 2 more questions. Oh, 3 more questions. Is that okay? So I will read some questions. It's from Ibu Dewi again. She asked about the implementations of AI in the food industry and gastronomic tourism village, because it has like avoidable to implementing the technology for gastronomy tourism, especially in the tourism village. And other question is from Tommy. It's but Tommy, yeah, great presentations. 1 or 2 authors say tourism service or products related to tourism not depends on technology. Of course, we can agree with these. But his question is, may I know your opinion, what will be dominant for tourism in the future, whether personal touch or human touch, or technology support such as AI, AR, robots, etc.? And I think this is the last from Faiz Karim. Ruth Trails ex-University of Glasgow is the alumni of Glasgow University. He has two questions. First, what do you think about using technology to shape tourist behavior to be more responsible? Do you know any interesting cases? And then second one is, how about the privacy of users' data in the future and the ethics of using them for AI or for marketing purposes?
Yeah, so many questions. I don't know which one to answer first.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm going to answer first with the food industry. But I think so. Dewi's question is really specific to the village, but I'm going to answer it a little bit from what we have done so far. So one of my PhD students actually his area of research is looking into automation in restaurants industry, right? And so there are, of course, sometimes when we talk about robots and so on, we only think about robots that are kind of consumer facing ones, robots that are visible, you know, for customers. But actually automation happens a lot in the kitchen, so in the production of the service, and also in the for example, in the supply chain management of food, so thinking about, for example, food waste and so on and so forth. If it's related to the a gastronomic village and so on, what technology can help perhaps is the in the supply chain management, in the inventory management, and also in the operations side of preparing the food. Now, one of the examples of how consumers are actually and operators, food operators are using technology is because consumers are now increasingly conscious about what they eat, and most the quantified self. For example, you actually only want to eat, I don't know, 1,200 calories a day, for example, and then you still go to the restaurant and demand, and you're kind of like counting all calories and so on and so forth. And people have allergies and all those things. So chef, they do have skills that's hard to replicate, but for things like managing allergens, managing this calorie counting, and all those things that consumers demand, machines are better at this. So, for example, to prep work and so on. So there is this development, at least in the UK, in the US, and also China and Japan, I think also kind of follow in this direction. So it is perhaps, don't think of like, I know in on the news you see like robots serving the food. It's not that. I think most of the time it's the operation side of it that we don't actually see as customers. So in case of what will be dominant in the future of tourism, travel and tourism to me is technology can be there to me as to facilitate experience. It's not going to replace going somewhere, sitting in under the sun next to the beach, as much as you can create holographic experience, augmented reality. It's not going to replace this, to be honest. I'm a technology researcher, and I when the pandemic hits, for example, and all the travel bans happen, tourism destinations are offering lots of virtual reality experiences and museums and so on and so forth. And people actually used it, right? For a little bit. I think it was trending on Google search for about 4 days, and that's it. Right. And so I think that illustrates, actually, it is not a replacement to travel. It is perhaps going to be, complementary to travel. But if you go to a museum where they have exhibitions and they actually use technology to enhance the exhibitions, you have, more immersive experiences that actually would generate a more exciting experience. So to me, I think it is not going to replace it. It's going to offer different experiences. So using technology to shape tourist behavior. Yes. So this is what I talk about in terms of nudges, digital nudges for tourists. So for example, how can we make people reduce food waste in restaurants, for example? So you have lots of different ways, portion. How can I say, visually and the size of the plate and so on and so forth. We did a study looking into the use of robots and chatbot and Siri, virtual assistant that would tell the guests when they are staying at the hotel how much power and water they consumed each day. And then they would also tell them what the average guests are using. And so people then know whether or not they are wasting energy or water, and with the hope that they are going to actually use less water. We do have implemented or tested a few other devices, to measure the use of water and things like that. And in hotels, there are always messages, right? So if you want to reuse the towel, please hang it there. But AI can actually do that a little bit if we use digital nudges, a little bit more personalized. So you can tie this with ambiance of the room and so on. Privacy of users' data. Yes, that's one of the things that I'm actually currently doing. I didn't have that presentation, unfortunately, but yes, so when we agree to terms and conditions, sometimes we actually don't read it, right? So we give up our rights to use and control our data when we do, for example, we use an app on our phone. Because of the signed consent, then the third party has the right to actually use, for example, your behavior data, your biometric and so on. When we go to the airport, you actually agree to use the facial, to use e-gates with facial recognition because you want to just breeze faster to the next gate, right? So you give up that rights too. I think it's okay to me, of course, privacy, in terms of privacy, it is, how can I say, to some extent, some data are more sensitive than others, of course, but depending on who use or collect and use the data, and if you know that your data are being collected, and then you know who will use your data, and you agree with it, then that's fine. But most of the time, the concern is that because of the consent over terms and conditions are designed in a way that not allow people to actually, pay attention to it, people don't realize who collect your data and who use your data. So that's bad. So to me, I think in the ideal situation, in the ideal world, you have your data, you have to be able to control and manage your personal data, and that you can give up your data to parties where you know that they are going to use it for your advantage. And of course, they have to be able to use your data for their advantage as well. So it's like a win-win situation. What you don't want is to give up your data and that they will then sell it to a third party and they are using it to, when you're opening your Facebook and then suddenly you see all the Amazon products that you have been browsing. That's essentially, what happens with third-party sharing.
Okay.
Did I answer all the question, or?
Actually, the three questions, but we have 4 and 5 questions now. Would you like to answer the last questions? It's almost the same actually with the first questions. The impacts of the technology to unemployment, again, human replacement that you already mentioned before, that it facilitates the technology. Technology facilitates. I love that word. Do you want to have like a short answer for thank you for M. Indar Wirajaya?
Okay. Yeah. Oh no. AI apocalypse. No, I'm not that. Okay. So there are two camps, right, with this. So one is the kind of people who think that AI will be soon will have general intelligence and soon they will be controlling the world, and one who are more skeptical. We're not there yet. I'm probably in the middle. There are a lot of developments, advancements going on with AI, but it is not there yet. So I don't want. I'm not worried that it's going to happen soon. It's not in my lifetime. Maybe if you're very young, maybe in your lifetime, but I'm not even sure. No, I don't think it's going to happen soon.
It's very intriguing topics, and people, AI will ruin the world and everything like that. Thank you for the powerful messages and all the gorgeous answer for all the questions and your inspiring presentations, Professor. Thank you so much. And and then we will move to our last presenters, but not the least, our lovely lady from Indonesia, Dr. Dewi Turgarini. She will deliver her talk about, everyone loves this, food, the gastronomic tourism in West Java, the opportunities, challenges, and solutions. So, Dr. Dewi Turgarini, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me open the presentation first, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Mrs. Harry. Greetings from Indonesia for honorable participant from many university. I see that is many presenter from Thailand, Japan, Malaysia, UK, Professor is Russia, Hong Kong, and Australia. I will introduce my presentation about gastronomic tourism on West Java. This is what I'm doing for almost since 2014 about the research. So I just want to present that we have many opportunities that we have in West Java, such as Bandung is the capital city of West Java, have many attraction, and many people like to eat Sundanese food and have also natural attraction that can synergize with the gastronomic tourism in West Java. Why I do the presentation in West Java, because this is my interest to develop my own province. That is my obligation to develop this region. So in Bandung city as the capital also have many, almost 124 restaurant for Sundanese restaurant in Bandung city. That is you can see that there is many restaurant that available in Bandung city, but the amount of the restaurant, Sundanese restaurant, is very little compared to the another restaurant from Indonesian cuisine, other cuisine Indonesia, also from the foreign country. So what I have from my research, that they like to come to Bandung to eating food, especially Sundanese food, because they like taste, aroma, and also this is part of gastro diplomacy and have many variation and very healthy. Because everybody in Indonesia know that Sundanese tribe in West Java is like to eat raw materials, raw vegetables. And there is many story about the history about the Sundanese food, and we have about 15th, 18th century, from the food in Indonesia already found in many manuscripts. And you can see that this is the content of the nutrition in Indonesian food. There is many menu, that is main course, side dish, the complement and complementary food also. And what is the challenge of development of Sundanese gastronomic tourism in West Java? So many people doesn't understand their food or the traditional food, actually that is a gastronomic tourism attraction. And they also doesn't know how to packing the food into good presentation, so that can become the tourist attraction. And they have very limitation knowledge about how to make this a good standard with international standard. And also they doesn't know about the networking among the stakeholders and distribution. That is the weakness of the local practitioner of gastronomic food tourism. And actually, so many people already leave the eco-friendly local raw materials in gastronomic tourism. That is actually constrain the gastronomic tourism. Also, there is a very diverse, challenging how they use the marketing techniques to introduce the gastronomic tourism product. And there is no many people know about the pattern, roots, and package of gastronomic tourism. Since 2015, there is a very limit travel agent, tour operator that conduct the gastronomic tourism in Indonesia. Where we can choose our finger to account the tour operator that consistent about the gastronomic tourism. So there is challenging also that make the inventory and make as a information system and digitalization to make easier to tourists to visit. And also there is a very not there is not aware for the government in other province to develop gastronomic tourism. And so many challenging between the result of the research between the gastronomic researcher and the government not collaborate enough. So this is what I try to do to solve the problem. Okay. And the first that what I do is to make people understand there is a difference between gastronomic and culinary. And this is the culinary already in, you can see the reference here. This is culinary is smaller than gastronomic, you can see, but the gastronomic is more huge than culinary because there is a food science, cultural food studies, cultural food and human development, food manufacturing, health nutrition, about food writing, and you can see the positioning of the culinary and gastronomic like this. But cooking or culinary is the DNA of gastronomic tourism. And you can see that gastronomic, like Professor Kircher say, that is very important to know the experience include to develop gastronomic tourism, such as the tourism in many aspects, yeah, like in natural. Gastronomic also needs the experience, can develop develop the value of the tourism experience. So what is make a different food to gastronomic product? So you can see that the number one is that food become elementary product, and the second become extension product that has become commercial, and there is a transaction. And also the third step is palate or taste. People can experience how to taste, how to smells the aroma, and can appreciate the appearance. And also, like the Professor Kircher and also Professor is Sadia already say that people now become aware to eat that something healthier to their body. So there is the fourth step. There is expectation of product beyond the benefit of food. That is a nutritional standard, quality of life, social experience status, and for become gastronomic product, there is combination of many stages that can fulfill become the gastronomic tourism attraction. So what about the opportunities of gastronomic tourism in West Java? So this is answer that was already spoken by Professor Sadia and Professor Kircher, that people now during the pandemic need the healthy food. Sundanese food, ethnic of province of West Java, already have this perfect healthy food that we can offer to the tourists if they come to Indonesia or they want to experience in Sundanese food. Okay, and then Sundanese food also have a cultural, social, cultural value. When we eat the Sundanese food, we have the tradition to eat with the 5 fingers, but we cannot use the like this one. Yeah, you just use the top of fingers. That is the technique. Yeah. So, and when you are sitting, yeah, when you are sitting, you cannot lying down and your foot to the in front to the other people, and the other people must eat first. And also there is many ritual and custom about the Sundanese food. Yeah, in many village, they have in 218, I found about 28 traditional or ritual custom in eating the food. can be attraction. But actually now, after 2 years, I have developed find about 5 more. So every year I got the finding more about ritual and custom. Also, you know, if we are eating together in a Sundanese, there is make a ties of friendship and you know, very happy. Sundanese is like very warm people, yeah. And also that is very basic. This is what people need, is to physical need. So all this Sundanese gastronomy can make as memory collective, that when people come again to Sundanese or West Java, can memorize this food is very memorable. And then you can see there is food innovation from invaluable ingredients can become very benefit to our body. And maybe for the European or another country can see that why Sundanese food is very messy. Yeah, it's okay. That is our job to make a better presentation. But I present the real look. Yeah, we are making innovation for serving, but this is the original look of a Sundanese food. You can see that there is a the green vegetable, it ganjer, is only found in you know, in rice field. It's not a very it's not, you know, not very expensive. You can pick in every rice field, and this is very delicious actually. And you see the baby fish and the, you know, snails you can find in rice field, and this is very benefit for you are the one who got the hepatitic disease, yeah. And this is like cadademus is cassava skin, yeah. Usually they just throw up, but Sundanese can make that as a food. Okay, this is the squid. We eat with the ink and make it black, but it's very delicious. If you come to Indonesia, you should try. And this is you testing the inside of the beef. We make many food from that. Okay, and then how to eat the food from Sundanese. We can eat raw, we can eat boil, we can steam it, and we can burn, and we can bubui. Bubui is cooked by using the ashes inside the ashes. So this is the cooking technique that available, that is very interesting actually if you come to our country, yeah. And then okay, I want to share to you, in West Java, there is so many raw materials available to become the Sundanese, original Sundanese food. So like in West Java, in Bandung City, we have, you know, satellite market. The center of the market is in Caringin Market, and there is a 40 satellite market in Bandung City that is come from many West Java. Okay, and then this is also now you can see that there is many food also become, because West Java, some of the city become the urban area, so they take from another national Indonesian area. Okay, and there is many foodscape stage that available in West Java. You can see that there is the tradition to eat together using banana leaf, that is a bancakan, and you can eat together, bring together the food as in international, maybe we call it potluck, but in Sundanese we call it botram. Okay, and so many culinary area that has developed in West Java, especially in Bandung city. This is very attractive if you are coming to West Java. And as you see that there is so many challenging to developing gastronomic tourism of West Java, because I just want you to know that West Java is consists of almost 28 cities. Yeah, consists of 28 cities. So every city in West Java province have a different challenging and opportunity also. So I offering you the how to make the development of traditional gastronomic tourism. This is from Barcelona Field Study Center, that if you want to make a develop of gastronomic tourism, you can contribute with a multiculturalism, and you have to make your product good quality, and you have to make your community involved, and you have media communication must be eco-friendly, and you have to to make, sorry, okay, you have to aware about demographic and household change, and consistent to not use the franchise from other side, and you have to know how to market your gastronomic tourism. And this is the criteria from gastronomy city from UNESCO, and there is 36 city in the world already claim they are and accept by UNESCO as gastronomic city. There is 8 factor that we have to develop in Indonesia. That is my job almost since 2013 to make this happen. At least I make people aware that we have to develop this one, so we can create our tourism from our local source, from local wisdom. Okay, this is what I do since 2013. I make involved with the ministry, also the from the province, also the city. I make collaborate with them, and this is what I do. How I want to make people aware. Don't I agree what Professor Bob Kircher say, that we have to stop thinking making infrastructure or super infrastructure. Let's begin in our local source and local wisdom. So what I do is I try to develop the Nuna Helix. This is the coordination between the businessmen, governments, also the workers, to make who make the food, supplier, expert, observer, connoisseur is who like to taste the food, NGO, then information technology. With this creative nurship, I try to make gastronomic tourism develop in West Java. Now, almost 50 gastronomic tourism research already conduct in our program study. And we have made a collaboration with Tourism Cultural Office of the city and also the province. And we have many village, collaboration with the village association and gastronomic community. Okay, and then we are trying to making product innovation so that has organoleptic better, like the aroma, taste, appearance, and also the presentation, packaging. Fifth, I make making gastronomic tour package in many city in West Java province, and increase resource capability, like making a training and workshop, and also creating information system, gastronomic digitalization. And the last one that I do now, in this year, I'm making a collaboration, making book of in food, good presentation about gastronomic food in West Java. Also make property rights in 7 cities and district in West Java. So this is what I'm doing to make action, not only think I do the action with my friend in my program study. We have develop the villages to make their quality more improvement, and involvement in many event organization in West Java, making them as education center, make them participate in event market, become a tourism attraction, and making cooking demo for the young generation. Okay, and then I'm making also with my team from program study, making application to gastronomic tourism in Sundanese gastronomic tourism destination using gastropedia application. And this is what we are trying to motivate the young researcher to make digitalization of gastronomic tourism in many cities. This is the one that we do in Kuningan district. And then this is the tourism pattern in Cirebon. Yeah. And also this is the tourism package that we offer to the people if want to come to the village. Okay, this is the application that if we are going to make gastronomic tourism as an attraction, this is very good because this is can become cultural diplomacy. And also gastronomic in Sundanese have already 302 menus, from main course, side dish, complete menu, snack, also the fresh snack, beverage, and chili paste. And this is my research on 218. Now, after this year, I found out more about 500 menus again. So it's not complete the research, but this is what we find, almost 900 menus that available in Sundanese gastronomy. Okay, and the priority from the tourists, they like Simping, Payam, Sampa, and Surabi. Simping is the snack, the round snack, and Surabi is like oops, sorry. How much time I have, Mrs. Harry?
Two more minutes. Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just to make people see what I do in applicate to development the Sundanese gastronomic. Yeah. Okay. Let's see about the condition of pandemic in Indonesia. We already know that there's so many restaurants, so many malls already closed, but actually people still need food because this is very, very basic needs. People need food as a basic need. So what is gone is how to taste in restaurant. This has become already reduced, very reduced now, but you can see we can still make initiating products that meet consumer needs in this time, because people like to maintain health now. So healthy food is an opportunity that we should develop now in this in this condition. So in Sundanese gastronomic, we can offer green healthier food and still can grow business. In Bandung City, there is 194 home industry using global the internet with Grab or Gojek available now. So the growth of home industry is awesome during the pandemic. This is we can say that the food industry is not collapsed. Actually, this is more emerged. The local source and the local wisdom is become good. Beside the big factory or something. Yeah. And what we need to make the people aware during the pandemic, please using the healthy and biodegradable packaging to serve the consumer, so we can make the earth much better. And I see so many people now plan the food in their home. So this is actually the good way to make our life become more better. Okay, and this is there is still eco restaurant I know available. They using the good and safe eco packaging available in Sundanese. This is only this is the only what I do, making a book about gastronomic tourism of West Java in modern presentation. Okay, and for the last of the criteria of gastronomic city, we have to add the curriculum for education for our young generation. So in our program study, we have the Nusantara gastronomy to teach the wealthiness, the richness of the gastronomic Indonesia can become the attraction, and also we offering this is as international cultural exchange, and also the module already made by us. So actually, I just want to say that if we want to develop our traditional and local gastronomy, no matter how small we do, if we are consistent, it will turn into something meaningful. And we still need to collaborate to make this is much bigger, so people from local, from national, or global will come to our richness of gastronomic tourism in West Java. Thank you, Mrs. Seri. That is my presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dewi Turgarini. Very interesting topics. It's about food, and it's about time to have lunch in Indonesia. Okay. Okay, I invite participants if you have some questions to Ibu Dewi. Okay, yeah. Okay, Ibu, this is from Aan Kosihan. Thank you for your presentations. He wants to ask, um, we know that culinary in Indonesia has many similarities between regions, even neighboring countries. They have patterns in certain kind of culinary of food. And then how will it affect in the future?
Okay.
Similarities and the patent or the copyrights of traditional dishes or something. Maybe you have some ideas about things.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibu.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aan Kosian, for your question. This is the challenges also, yeah. How can we can claim Indonesian food from a specific area is not claimed by others? Okay, the first thing that we should do, we have to dig the storytelling about the food first, and then after that you have to make 9 components from gastronomic. You have to dig about what kind this food, this is the main course, or you have to make a classification. After that you have to know about the local raw materials they use. Is there available in our neighborhood or their neighborhood? Okay, and then after that, so many criteria that they are cannot find from other area that we can claim that is our food. After that, we have to make a property cultural rights that is already procedure already there. So if you don't want people to claim your food as their food, you have to make an action to make digging more about your food and claim it with property cultural right. Okay, that is the way to make safe the food. Your food become your icon, yeah. But we cannot decide the cultural acculturation that happen in Indonesia. Yeah, in Indonesia we have many influence, like from the traditional Sundanese. It called Sundanese Sunda Wiwitan. That is traditional food. There is nothing changed from Sundanese tribe from generation to generation. After that, there is coming Hindu, India, and then coming Islam, and then coming Dutch, and also Chinese, Tionghoa coming to our area. So you have to very, very careful to know the local ingredients, and you know specific acculturation that is influence your food. After that, if you are making very specific about description about your food, it will make your food authentic. Like in Bandung City, we have mie kocok. Yeah, mie kocok is a noodle, but different make put in there is skin beef. Okay, and there is no available in any another area, only in Bandung City. So we can claim it, make it apply the proper property cultural rights, and make that is our food that cannot claim by others. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dewi. This is one more questions from Ibu Rini Andari. It is a very interesting presentation, and how her questions is how to guarantee domestic food as healthy and safe food in the tourism industry during this pandemic.
Okay, okay. So if you want to eat something healthy to your family, you should very careful to pick pick the food that you order, maybe, yeah. The pick because this is trust already involved in during the pandemic. So you have to know about the process. You have the right to ask the product the production what the process you do to this food. You can ask them, and I think this is the important part, that you have to choose the right food for your family. Okay. Okay. I think that is very basic, very basic. And you have to see the track record about the food. Is there any complaint or not about the food they are eating? Yeah. Okay, and maybe that is the very basic. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So
and
yeah.
of course, if we are going to outside to eat, I already go outside to eat to restaurant and so many destination, but I am very careful to see the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe with the platform that you showed us before, the digitalizations of the food inventory in West Java could also become a means to facilitate people to understand which food is safe or not, or something like that, because the idea we understand the way they cook or deliver the food. Okay. Oh, there is one more question. I think this is the last question. Is that okay? Okay. This is from Indar from Jakarta.
Yeah.
Do you think following the naming scheme of European gastronomy, for example, gado-gado interpreted or translated into mixed salad with peanut sauce, is good idea to attract or market our food to foreigners?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Indar Wirajaya. Okay. The most important thing, if we want to introduce our food to foreign, we should use our original name, and you make a description about the food content in the menu that you offer. Don't you ever change the name of the food. You can make battle with the chef in the original area in Indonesia. I think that is the explanation. Yeah. Proud the like the kadademes. What is the kadademes? That is cassava skin. Okay. Just make the description, and the description can be more attractive to the connoisseur. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dewi. It's very, very interesting, the storytelling and the descriptions about the food and everything. So thank you so much for sharing with us today, Dr. Dewi.
Yeah.
So we come at the end of our sessions. Thank you so much for our distinguished speakers. And let me I took some notes of some powerful messages that we had this morning, that Professor Bob Merkercher underlined that tourism is resilient. So it is the nature of people to travel. So it is resilience, and the rebound is about to come, and learning from other pandemic like SARS. The rebound of traveling will be fast. So it is very optimistic and convincing. And then pandemic has impacts in tourism and travel, but there are some future directions in it. And then Professor E is also tied link that with the role of technology, that technology plays a role in facilitating the tourism and travel, not just after this pandemic, but beyond. The technology could also facilitate us to explore more on tourism. And also in the business model, resilience in the personalized safe travel experience, and also nudging the responsible travel behavior And Dr. Dewi also mentioned how creative tourism as the theme of this event, these seminars, we can learn from the study of gastronomic and food tourism in West Java. She also mentioned about the digitalizations of food inventory in West Java and how it can, and technology can facilitate the business models to survive and to be sustainable. And at the end, I borrow Professor I's quote, let's shape the future together. Okay, very interesting talk. Thank you so much for the keynote speakers, and also thank you so much for the attendance, the participants. And I hand it to our master of ceremony. Thank you, Ubad.
Thank you very much, Ibu Ririn. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to both the speakers and the moderator for such a fruitful discussion and presentation. Thank you so much, Ibu Ririn. Thank you so much, Professor McCratcher, Professor Tusaidah, and Dr. Turgarini. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have just closed the plenary sessions, we have come to a break session prior to the parallel session. But before I close today's first session, allow me to inform several points. Number one, the parallel session is going to commence at 1 p.m. Western Indonesian times. That is GMT +7. The link is going to stand by, but you can either leave or stay on the link. And you are expected to attend, to come back, to return to the room at 12:50, 10 minutes prior to the agenda. And then number two, every participant, especially presenter on the parallel session, is required to rename their Zoom meetings accounts using room number - full names. And there will be a closing ceremony of the 4th ISOT 2020, which will start at 5 p.m. GMT +7. And there will be a notification of best papers and best presenters. So don't miss it. Thank you so much. I am Ubad signing off for the first session. See you on the parallel session. Bye-bye. Have a great day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tak terasa gelap pun jatuh di ujung malam menuju pagi yang dingin. Hanya ada sedikit bintang malam ini. Mungkin karena kau sedang cantik-cantiknya.
Lalu mataku sedih.
Lalu mataku merasa malu. Semakin dalam ia malu kali ini. saat berpisah telah tiba. Izinkan ku menjaga dirimu. Tak terasa gelap pun jatuh di ujung malam menuju pagi yang dingin. Hanya ada sedikit bintang malam ini. Mungkin karena kau sedang cantik-cantiknya. Lalu mataku Memenangkan hatiku bukanlah satu hal yang mudah. Kau berhasil membuatku tak bisa hidup tanpamu. Menjaga cinta itu bukanlah satu hal yang mudah, namun sedetik pun tak pernah kau berpaling dariku. Beruntungnya aku dimiliki kamu. Kamu adalah bukti dari indahnya paras dan hati. Kau jadi harmoni saat ku bernyanyi tentang terang dan gelapnya hidup ini. Kaulah bentuk terindah dari baiknya Tuhan padaku. Waktu tak mengusaikan indahmu. Kau anugerah terhebat bagiku, tolong kamu camkan itu. Meruntuhkan egoku bukanlah satu hal yang mudah. Dengan kasih lembut kau pecahkan kerasnya hatiku. Beruntungnya aku dimiliki kamu. Kamu adalah bukti dari indahnya paras dan hati. Kau jadi harmoni saat ku bernyanyi tentang terang dan gelapnya hidup ini. Kaulah bentuk terindah dari baiknya Tuhan padaku. Waktu tak mengusaikan indahmu. Kau anugerah terhebat bagiku, tolong kamu camkan itu. Kau anugerah terhebat bagiku. Kau anugerah terhebat bagiku.
Now our dreams are coming true. Through the good times and the bad. Yeah, I'll be standing there by you. And baby, you're all that I want. When you're lying here in my arms, I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
Love is all that I need, and I found it there in your heart. It isn't too hard to see, we're in heaven, heaven.
You're all that I want, you're all that I need.
We're in heaven.
We're in heaven. We're in heaven. Lying in my bed, I hear.
Ngapain?
Oh, aku room 4.
Hah?
Aku room 4.
Apa?
Room 4. Room. Bentar.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now 10 minutes to the parallel session. As I informed you earlier, every presenter is required to rename their Zoom meetings account by adding room number prior to the complete name. So it's going to be room number, for example, room 1, room 2, room 3, dash full name, so that the committee could easily identify you and assign you to the breakout room. For those who have already joined the main room, please check the breakout room's notification. There will be an invitation from the committee for you to join the room you're going to present, and please press the join button. Thank you so much and have a great presentation.
Oke, selamat siang Ibu Bapak. Diinformasikan untuk merename dulu nama akun di partisipannya sesuai dengan roomnya. Jadi nama underscore ruang underscore nama. Pak Agus bisa dengar saya? Pak Agus Dono?
Bisa, bisa, bisa.
Sudah saya masukkan ke room 1, Pak.
Oh, tapi kayak belum ya Pak Riko ya? Oh, ini partisipannya banyak mahasiswa ya? Oke, oke,
Iya,
oke, oke.
paling banyak Pak, semangat Pak.
Saya pikir masih di main room gitu, karena banyak ini. Oke, oke, oke Pak Riko, makasih, makasih.
Ya, silakan. Ada Pak Agus? Agus masuk. Nah, absen bisa. Baik, Bapak Amrullah bisa mendengar suara saya, Bapak? Mohon maaf.
Bisa Pak, bisa.
Bapak
Berarti
di ruangan berapa, Pak?
3.
Di ruang 3 ya, Pak?
Ya.
Oke, sebentar saya akan masukkan.
Ya.
Ruang 3 ya.
Ya.
Silakan Bapak, sudah saya masukkan ke ruang.
Kemudian ini Pak, ada satu lagi, saya kan tim ya di penulisan. Itu ada satu lagi yang mau masuk Ibu Nurbaiti, karena nanti kami sharing ya presentasinya.
Oh iya, jadi berdua dimasukkan ya Pak ya ke ruang 3?
Iya, Nurbaiti namanya ya.
Saya
Ya.
masukkan ke dua-duanya Pak.
Iya.
Di ruang 3.
Kalau izin, kalau yang 2 itu dia monitor, tapi boleh masuk juga nggak? Ibu Feti.
Boleh, silakan Pak. Namanya siapa Pak?
Yang kedua ini Bu Nurbaiti, yang ketiga Bu Feti Asmaniati, kemudian Pak Adam Rahmatullah.
Oh baik Pak.
Ya.
Kayaknya yang 2 lagi belum masuk ya Pak?
Iya, saya sama Prof Jati ya, Pak Jati Sunring.
Oh, iya.
Masuk itu ya? Iya.
Oke, untuk sementara Bapak sudah
join ya? Ya.
saya masukkan ke room 1, tinggal di accept Pak. Oke. Ruang 4.
Assalamualaikum Pak Riko.
Oh iya Pak,
Oh
Pak
iya,
Daris.
sudah.
Di ruang 4 ya
sudah
Pak ya?
Sudah ada. Ya.
Oke, sudah ada Pak?
Sudah. Nuhun
Oke.
Pak.
Ya, mangga Pak. Ini mau kemana ya? Itu udah mulai? Siapa yang udah mulai? Room berapa? Kepada mahasiswa, ya, silakan pilih saja room yang akan dimasuki. Oke, Ibu Jainab, di ruang berapa, Bu? Di mute, Bu. Masih di mute.
Ya, room 5, Bapak.
Oke. Saya masukkan ya, Bu ya. Nah. Room berapa, Bu? Maaf.
Room 5.
5.
Ya.
Sudah saya masukkan, silakan. Baik, kepada Ibu Bapak yang masih di main room, agar menambahkan di namanya ruangan berapanya agar bisa saya masukkan ke ruangan yang dituju. Oke, Ibu Bapak yang ada di main room, mohon untuk mengubah namanya dulu, ditambah roomnya room berapa, Ibu.
Kepada operator bisa.
Ruangan berapa, Pak? Soalnya nama Bapak tidak ada keterangan.
Kalau education room berapa ya?
Sebentar, Pak.
Education saya room berapa ya? Sebentar.
Oke, Pak Darmawan, saya masukkan di ruang 4 ya, Pak.
Oh, room 4 ya. Oke, baik. Terima
sebentar,
kasih.
Pak. Baik, Pak, sudah saya invite ke room 4.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih ya, Pak.
Sama-sama, Pak. Pada para mahasiswa yang ingin masuk ke room, silakan tambahkan di namanya room berapa ya. Pak Reja, bagaimana Pak?
Zaki, okay, Zaki. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Now, time now is
Ibu Bapak autor atau penulis, apakah ada yang belum dimasukkan ke room? Silakan bisa lewat chat. Nah, kalau untuk mahasiswa silakan pilih room mana yang ingin kalian masukin untuk mahasiswa, ya. Untuk mahasiswa silakan tinggal pilih room mana yang akan dimasukkannya.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Kritipat Pichaya Dejanan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yeah, you are going to receive a notification to go to breakout room 3. So all you have to do is just press the join button on the breakout room notification at the bottom of the right bottom of your screen. Yeah, thank you.